Good evening. I'm calling this meeting to order at 5:31 p.m. in accordance with the Texas Open Meetings Act, Texas Government Code, Chapter 551. This meeting is officially open with the quorum present. And I want to take a moment to thank my colleagues and Superintendent Dr. Ramsey for honoring our World Series champion Texas Rangers. So that's why we are wearing our Texas Ranger gear. So thank y'all. And I remember as a child, we would go to the bleachers at the first stadium and sit there. So this has been long waited for all of us. So thank you. So now we will move on to our pledges, which would be led by two of our Trimble Tech JROTC cadets.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
We will now move to
Fort Worth ISD's mission is to prepare all students for success in college, career, and community leadership. Fort Worth ISD's vision
is to ignite in every child a passion for learning.
Now we will hear the reading. I will turn it over to Jessica Becerra for our recognitions.
Tonight we recognize our greeters from Trimble Tech JROTC. These exceptional students embody the spirit of leadership, commitment, and community service that is at the heart of the JROTC program. Please join me in thanking Cadet Colonel Jasmine Macias, Cadet Major Miranda Flores, Cadet Second Lieutenant Ileana Corral, Cadet Corporal Joshua Lopez, Cadet Sergeant Sarah Rojas, Cadet Sergeant Grayson Smith, Cadet Private Alicia Ireta, Private First Class Giovanni Campio. The Trimble Tech High School Army ROTC is led by Major Joe Pimentel and Sergeant Major Roel Cortez. Thank you, students and staff, for joining us this evening. Let's give them a round of applause.
Everybody ready? Everybody look this way. As long as you see the camera, draw. Ready? 1, 2, 3. One more time. 1, 2, 3. Thank you.
Thank you.
see you. We still have one more. Huh? Oh. November is Native American Heritage Month. Established in 1990 by President George Bush, this month we recognize the contributions of Native peoples who have shaped our country and honor the hundreds of tribal nations who continue exercising their inherent sovereignty as vital members of the overlapping system of governments in the United States. Fort Worth ISD is proud to serve all students. We look forward to this month as we learn more about the culture and traditions of Native Americans and honor their rich history. This concludes tonight's recognitions.
Thank you, everyone, for being here this evening. Dr. Ramsey, we are now ready for the Lone Star Governance presentation.
Thank you. I'm going to call up to the podium our Associate Superintendent, Charlie Garcia, and our Executive Director of Science, Diane Lopez Martinez.
Thank you. Good evening, Board President Rodriguez, Board of Trustees, Superintendent Ramsey. My name is Charlie Garcia, Associate Superintendent, Network Number 2. I'm proud to be here today with Ms. Diane Martinez Lopez, our Executive Director of Science and Math, Professional and Innovative Learning, alongside with one of our best and brightest principals that we have, Principal Alexandra Montes, who will also be joining us today. Also on standby today in the audience is Olinika Ojo, our Executive Director, and Kenyel Carr, Director of Math and Science. Today we have the opportunity to present to you our Goal 2 Progress Report. We are very excited about the presentation today. We believe the presentation today and the results are going to give us the momentum needed for us to achieve our student outcome goals that we have.
Good evening, Board President Rodriguez, Board of Trustees, Superintendent Ramsey. As Mr. Garcia indicated, my name is Diane Lopez Martinez, and I am the Executive Director of Math, Science, and Professional and Innovative Learning for our district. Today, we are going to be presenting you an update on the goal progress measures that are delineated within Goal 2, which is aimed at promoting mathematical proficiency amongst our pre-K through third grade students. As many of you already know, mathematical proficiency is the foundation for future academic success. Therefore, this goal and its corresponding goal progress measures are designed to hold us accountable towards achieving proficiency amongst all students in grades pre-K through third grade in the area of math. In today's presentation, we will review the beginning of year assessment data that was collected for the 3 goal progress measures that are outlined within Board Goal 2. These 3 progress measures address the performance of our pre-K students, again in the area of math. They also address the performance of our first, second, and third grade students in the area of math through the NWEA MAP assessment. And then back to our pre-K, we assess that with our circle assessment. And then finally, the 3rd goal progress measure will discuss the performance of our kindergarten students and how they performed again on that NWEA MAP assessment that was administered at the beginning of the school year. So as you see here at the top of the slide, you are able to see that Board Goal 2 is outlined here. And it does state that we will increase the percentage of third grade students that scored at the MEETS grade level or above on the STAR math assessment to 45% by August of 2024. While our charge today is to report on the goal progress measures and not the actual goal, I do want to quickly just take a moment and remind the board that there are 3 passing performance levels on the state assessment STAR, which is used to measure the outcomes for that board goal. Those 3 levels are the approaches levels performance, This is the minimum passing level performance. Then we have the meets and the master's level performance, which are the two highest performance levels. And so I think it's important for us to note that the way that this goal is written is to achieve at the highest performance levels, which is the meets and the master's level performance. But again, tonight's presentation is centered around the progress measures. So let's begin with goal progress measure 2.1, which is outlined here in this slide as well. And 2.1 states that we're going to increase the percentage of pre-K students who score on track on the circle math from 87% to 88% by June of 2024. Quickly, the Circle Progress Monitoring Assessment, or CPM, is a technology-driven assessment. It does enable our teachers to quickly assess a child's progress in a particular skill or area. Again, for pre-kindergarten, this CPM, or this assessment, includes a direct and observable task measure. The assessment is administered 3 times a year, beginning of year, middle of year, and end of year. As seen on this slide, we are seeing a steady increase from year to year when looking at the data for end of year outcomes. And we have slightly surpassed the pre-COVID performance data that we saw in the 2018-2019 school year. So based on the beginning of year assessment that we already administered, we do already have 67% of students that are considered to be on track, and that was at beginning of year. So we only expect to see this number rise as we continue and as the year progresses, and we're addressing the needs of the students who are not on track. Listed below at the bottom, we have the end of year targets indicated for each of our student groups. And again, in red, those are beginning of year outcomes. So again, the purpose of that beginning of year assessment is to understand where our students are at that point in time and to put the right and proper supports in place for our students to make sure that by the time we get to the middle of year and then end of year, we're seeing that gap close. I'm going to dive a little bit deeper into that data here in this next slide. So here on this slide, we're comparing this year's beginning of year data on the Circle assessment to last year's beginning of year data. So overall at the top, we can see that students who were assessed in English demonstrated a 2% increase this year as compared to their performance last year. Now, this is not the same group of students. We're comparing pre-K students from this year to pre-K students from last year, but we do see that 2% increase, and we see that same increase with students who were assessed in Spanish. And then towards the bottom, we provided the data by student group. And so we see that overall, our student groups either maintained their performance as compared to last year, or we saw some slight increases with some of the groups. We'll report on this data again at middle of year to see how we've progressed with regard to our pre-K students. And so now I'm going to move on to goal progress measure 2.2. So here in this slide, you can see that goal progress measure 2.2 is taking a look at how our first, second, and third grade students are performing as measured by the NWEA MAP growth assessment in the area of math. And what we're specifically looking at is our students who are meeting or exceeding their projected growth from beginning of year to end of year. And our goal is to move from 61% to 71% by June of 2024. So on the slide, you are able to see here that last year, at the end of year, the district achieved a 57% of students who were meeting or exceeding their projected growth. When we talk about projected growth with NWEA MAP, at end of year, we're talking about that beginning of year assessment data piece that was collected, which we call fall, and we're comparing it to the end of year, which is spring. When we come to you at middle of year, we will have data that is reflective of fall to winter, so fall to middle of year, and that data will be indicative of whether or not we're making the proper progress for our students to be able to achieve their growth. So with all of this said, because this is a growth goal, the data that was collected at beginning of year is a baseline. So we don't have progress at this point. We have a baseline. That progress we will report in February, where we'll be able to tell you if students, the percent that are on track. Before I move on to the next slide, where I'll talk a little bit more about some data for our first, second, and third grade students, I do want to quickly just provide an overview of what the NWEA MAP assessment is, for those who may not be as familiar. So this is an assessment that our students take 3 times a year, as I mentioned. It is designed to show a student's progress over time. The results of the assessment can help educators monitor and support student growth. It also helps us make informed decisions on how to best improve student learning outcomes, and those decisions are made at the campus level. The teachers have that information and make decisions. The principals have that information, but we also have that information at the district level to be able to make the proper decisions in order to offer the appropriate supports depending on that data. So the NWA MAP assessment is a computer-based assessment, and it's also adaptive. So when we say adaptive, what that means is when the student gets on the assessment, it's that difficulty level of questions are adjusted based on how the student is answering. So the questions can become more rigorous based on their responses, or they can become less rigorous. This allows for a more personalized and accurate measurement of where each of our students is performing at that point in time, and therefore more accurate data and information for us to be able to really meet them where they are, to help them either enrich and continue on their growth path that way, or to close any gaps that they have. This is also here on this slide reflective of our first, second, and third grade students. But I'm going to shift a little bit here because the goal progress measure is looking at growth, as I described earlier. MAP does also, however, provide other information when we administer that assessment. So displayed on this slide is the data which we call achievement data. And what this is it's an indication of the student's level of proficiency on specific skills and concepts at that point in time. These scores are, you may have heard this, they're reported as RIT, which is the RASH unit scores, which are based on a developmental scale, and it allows for easy comparison of student performance over time. By comparing a student's RIT score to their previous score, we're able to determine if that student is making progress, falling behind, or performing at a consistent level. So when we're looking at achievement data, we can see that when comparing results from this year's beginning of year to last year's beginning of year outcomes, the achievement levels of our students increased by 2%. And for our student groups, we maintained steady performance or saw an increase of 1 or 2%. So we'll look at this data again, like I said, at the middle of year to see the progress that we've made with that as well. Here is the last data slide that we are going to present this evening, addressing our first, second, and third grade students. And this is broken down by grade level. We wanted to show you by grade level how our students performed at the beginning of year this year as compared to last year. I do want to draw your attention to the diamond that you see there above each of the grade levels bars. I don't want to call it a bar graph, that's the entire graph, but the individual grade levels. This diamond is representative of what NWEA refers to as the national norm. So the national norm is derived from a very large sample of students who have taken the MAP assessment. NWEA uses this data to inform how students are performing across the nation. And so then these norms are, again, based on a specific point in time and are updated periodically to reflect changes in student performance. So when our students take the MAP assessment, their scores are compared to the national norm at that point in time to determine performance relative to their peers nationally. So a student's score may be reported as being above average, at average, or below average as compared to the national norm. So now back to the data that's reflected here, you can see that all 3 grade levels are slightly below what the national norm average is for each of those grade levels. And you see that when you're comparing this year's beginning of year data to last year's, we do see a steady, slight increase with each of those grade levels. And then finally, we have Goal Progress Measure 2.3. This progress measure is directly addressing our kindergarten students in the area of math. And the Goal Progress Measure reads that we're going to increase the percentage of kindergarten students whose score meets or exceed projected growth on the NWA MAP assessment in math from 37% to 46%. So this is very similar to the goal progress measure that I just read to you for grades 1 through 3, but this one's specifically for our kindergarten students. So again, we don't have progress data right now because beginning of year was the baseline. And so we will be able to report on that at middle of year in February when we come back with their middle of year results. We, again, wanted to show you a little bit more information. So using that same achievement data that I talked about earlier with the Goal Progress Measure 2.2, we broke down the data by student group. And so you can see here that our all student group, which is the first two bars seen there, we see a slight decrease, 1%, and we see that we're slightly below the national norm. And we don't have national norm data for each of the student groups, but you can see that all of our student groups, when taken that middle of year from this year and comparing it to last year, maintained steady. We do have our African American group of students, which are our kindergarten students from this year compared to our kindergarten students from last year, who saw a slight decrease of 1% here. And then finally, for our kindergarten students, we wanted to show you a breakdown of English and Spanish. And so as you can see here again, our data is very similar to how we performed at the beginning of year last year, and we see that our English is very close to that national norm average. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Garcia, who's going to talk to you about forward thinking and what we're doing at this point in time to address the data that I just showed you.
Thank you, Diane. As noted in several presentations throughout our district, we understand that student outcomes, in order for those student outcomes to change and improve, we got to push into our human capital. And so our charge as learning and leading is to ensure that we utilize the resources that we have. And at this point in time, our high quality instructional materials are those resources, and that we mobilize to ensure that our schools at every campus and our principals and our leaders understand how to implement that HQIM materials with fidelity. We also understand that in any given day on campus, in any given classroom, we may have a wide range of opportunities for our kids. We want to close that gap. We want to ensure that we are mobilizing to support our teachers so that they can plan effectively, but also utilize the high quality instructional materials with an understanding of the standards and the TEKS. With that being said, our charge is to have a wide scope of support for all our schools with additional support for our schools that are the most needy. And when you look at enhanced professional development, we want to ensure that we are participating in professional learning communities during the day, but also an extension of the external days. We're providing more opportunities for our teachers to ensure that they are understanding the gaps in the learning and they are provided the right structures and support. One example would be our curriculum collaborations that happen every 6 weeks. Those collaborations happen in literacy and numeracy, and our teachers are encouraged to attend and support one another to ensure that we're understanding the gaps in instruction and in putting all our efforts to ensure that we maximize the strengths that we have in our district. Finally, as noted before, our tiered model approach to ensure that we are identifying our schools with the highest needs. We are deploying our people to support those schools more often. And then lastly, to ensure that we are going back and really acknowledging the work that our district service center team is doing to support our campus leaders. With that being said, we have one of our campus leaders here today that will present to you, give you a little insight on the work that is being done currently.
Good evening. My name is Alexandra Montes, and I'm the proud principal at Garcia Williams Elementary School. And as a campus leader, setting those clear expectations and goals and an efficient implementation process are key when creating and implementing strategies for turning plans into action that can be reached to our desired outcome with our students' progress. Implementing strong, effective strategic plans are part of our professional learning community. It's a high priority at Garcia Williams Elementary School. Our school conducts weekly collaborative planning meetings as part of our PLCs, which are professional learning community approach. Our teachers work collaboratively to improve student outcomes through the planning process and data-driven instruction practices. Our professional learning community PLC meetings encompass standards, alignment, planning, and data-driven instruction. Our PLCs have priorities, which include 3. Priority 1 for Garcia Williams is that instructional alignment refers to the process where teachers engage in unpacking the priority TEKS, which are the Texas Essential Knowledge and Skills, to ensure that lessons are closely aligned to the rigor of the standards, including lesson objectives, formative assessments, looking at student work, and it aligned the rigor to the standards. And as Mr. Garcia mentioned, utilizing the high curriculum that our district provides in regards to materials that are available. Our second priority is planning. Planning provides a guide for action. During our PLCs weekly, teachers work collaboratively in teams and take collective responsibility for student learning rather than working in isolation, which is very important not to do. During this time, teachers collaborate to develop a well-designed lesson plan, which helps students and teachers internalize the lessons in which they will be teaching for that week or for that unit. Developing a well-designed lesson plan helps students and teachers internalize the lessons, the resources and materials are available, and to set specific goals for each of the content modules. By doing so, teachers strategically decide what their students will be learning and how they will learning inside the classroom. Third priority for Garcia Williams is data analysis. Examine the results of assessments, student work, data tracking to identify the cause of both strengths and shortcomings. Monitor student progress on a regular basis also enables our campus, teachers, student, and parents to analyze a student's current performance level, as well as taking ownership of their learning. By tracking high leverage skills, students' progress promotes transparency and accountability in the classroom and outside the classroom. It is very important for students to track their own progress, as you can see here in some of the pictures that are shown in the slide. Students set goals, conference with teachers, and also their parents based on their performance goals. Overall, students who consistently track their performance, we all know that they are better informed about how they are doing and the progress that they're making. They hold themselves accountable to do better and seem to be more confident learners. Last but not least, Progress Monitor is vital, as it is a continuous evaluative progress towards our performance targets for each of our students, based on specific high leverage skills. It is used to assess students' academic performance, improvement, and set the goals as students are making the progress towards students' individual goals, and determine how they are responding, of course, to our instruction that is happening inside the classroom. So all of these things are very important at Garcia Williams Elementary School.
Thank you very much for allowing us to present. We're here to answer any questions you may have.
Trustee Dar.
Thank you, President Rodriguez. First, I'd like to say thank you, Ms. Montez, for your leadership at Versa Williams. This is very impressive. I love that students are tracking their own progress, because not only are you developing scholars and learners, you're also encouraging a lot of, I'm losing the word, not accountability, that's not the one I'm looking for. Yes, that's involved, but self-advocacy. Thank you for your patience on that while I came up with that word. The only question I have regarding this report, thank you very much for the presentation, is do we have any data on the demographics of the students that are being tested? I know that they're divided up into the groups, but it doesn't, of these pre-K students, of the kindergarten students, what percentage are emergent bilingual? What percentage are special education? Because that kind of factors into how we interpret that data. Being a and the other piece of data that I would be curious as to what other educational opportunities have these children had prior to this grade level? Were they in a preschool? Some preschools start at birth. Were they in a preschool program before they started in pre-K or kindergarten in Fort Worth ISD? Were they in a child care center? Was that child care center accredited? This is a deeper dive than you need to take, but I do think that all of this factors into how we interpret that data.
We can provide the demographic data to the board in writing, and we will do our best to see what we can find out regarding students prior to their start in Fort Worth ISD.
That's a harder piece of data to gather, and I recognize that, and so I will offer grace. Thank you.
Trustee Bridges.
I think Ann's still in my notes, but that was actually the question I was going to ask, but I had another layer to that. In looking at the data with those, when you compare those who did not attend pre-K, broken down by each one of the subgroups, I'd be curious to see what that looks like.
That's a great question, and we can definitely see, we can provide you that information, because that will compare really the trajectory of how valuable it is to have that early learning. So great point, well taken. We will get you that information as early as we can.
Trustee Luevanos.
Thank you. Thank you for this presentation. On page 4, on the circle grade pre-K, we have the English and then we have the Spanish graphs at the top. What are we doing different to close that gap in the Spanish? We only increase, on both sides, we only increase 2 points, but the Spanish is 10% lower than the English.
Yeah, it's a great question. Again, further analysis is needed. I'm not sure we're doing anything differently for those students. The gap there's a small gap there, but definitely recognizing the gap, and really, to your point, it behooves us to do a little bit more digging. Our students have the high-quality instructional material that is provided to them that we all use across the board. But definitely, trustee, we will look into that.
Thank you. And then on page 7, we only increased by 1 point, 3 points first grade, 1 point second and third grade, but we are still below the national average.
Correct.
I mean, 1 point a year is not going to get us there soon enough.
Yes, sir. I personally agree with you. How, on these 1 point is not enough for us. We are not satisfied with that. However, we do understand, as noted earlier in the presentation, that in order to get where we want to be, we need some momentum. And having that trajectory, that positive trajectory is leading us into the right trajectory. We still have middle of the year and end of the year to get those gains and those gaps. But I agree. I think, we want to shoot for the stars, and our kids deserve the best, and we want to see a higher percentage of increase there.
So do you think that by the middle of the year, we can see more than 1%?
So middle of the year, we'll be presenting data comparing this year's cohort, beginning of the year, and how this year's students are growing. And yes, the purpose of the middle of the year is really for us to see, are we on pace to have at least one academic year of growth? We know, and what this shows us is, because our students aren't all going to our high-quality pre-K, not all students are coming in on grade level. And so we need to do a little bit more than one academic year to catch them up. So yes, we'll provide that data for you at the middle of the year.
And that will be good to see, like, which students attended pre-K, and then to see the growth on those students versus the ones that did not attend pre-K in Florida ISD.
At that point, we know in the system who attended last year's pre-K, who's now in K, and so on. And so we'll break that information down for the trustees. Thank you.
Trustee Phillips?
Thank you, President Rodriguez. Let's see here. Mr. Garcia, I appreciate the forward-thinking aspect of things. So I see high-quality instructional materials, enhanced professional development. So my question is that as we begin this shift that we've been speaking about as far as when it comes to the student performance framework, how are we utilizing this as we're getting this hold of what our baseline data is, what beginning of the year looks like? How does that begin to play into when we're talking about the 25% of campuses, 25% of our young people? How are we utilizing this in order to be able to shape that?
Yeah, great question. The work has begun, and the work is helping us tailor our support to the campuses that need it the most. Similar to an action tracker on any type of system, our action tracker dictates that we spend more time at those campuses that you just alluded to. And so that SPF framework gives us a whole school approach to looking at where the areas of concerns are, and then being able to deploy the right type of district service center support to ensure that that school is addressed. And there's a lot of different needs that our schools have that are unique. And so SPF definitely is giving us that insight so that we can mobilize. As we perfect the system, and we still need to perfect the system, we're going to get so much better and more effective of understanding as soon as we get the large district to internalize the process. We believe that it's the right thing to do, and it's the right data to look at. Thank you for the question.
Indeed, I appreciate that. And then I guess my second question is for our Principal Montez. Just briefly, if you would, just kind of talk a little bit about implementation. So what are the conversations like on your campus with the educators that are implementing the new strategies, that are trying to, make sure our young people are achieving grade level and beyond? What is some of that beginning to look like on campus with your conversations with your staff and teachers?
I think it's very important to set a solid foundation, meaning starting with transparency, looking at our data. That's our starting point. then what are the next steps? How are we going to track our students, or from campus to teacher to student, to then sharing that information to the parents? We can't forget about that piece. We are all joined together. In regards to setting those systems, is having those continuous conversations with our teachers weekly, having those one-to-one meetings in regards to their student data, and those next steps, creating those reteach plans, doing small groups in the classroom. It encompasses a lot of components, but I think developing a solid foundation and having transparency among the staff, and of course that has to do a lot with culture. You can't go from A through Z in a month, or even a semester. So it's a culture that you have to cultivate in order for them to be okay speaking about data and knowing what to do with those data pieces. Now then the students then coming into that equation. Someone just mentioned in regards to having that, giving that power to the students, that they know I am at point A and my goal is by middle of the year, such and such. So that is regardless of where they are. They all have a starting point. And from that starting point, then they create their own personal goals. Well, they take very personal when they track. When they track their own goals, is very powerful, because then the students then are not only accountable, but they feel empowered to know, yes, I achieved my goal, so now my new goal is the next one.
Indeed, and now we're about 3 months in. Are you hearing any common needs begin to rise, or any common themes beginning to emerge?
Absolutely. We had to come back to the drawing board. Some of the things that we have been doing were not quite going as we thought they would. So now we have to be very intentional during our PLC's weekly meetings. Start with the end in mind. What is it that they have to know by the end of this unit or this lesson? So planning backwards has to be, for us, it was a mind shift of let's look at what is being taught over the entire unit or the lesson, and then being intentional to align our TEKS to our objectives to then our activities in the classroom. And that has given us dividends. Speaking to my campus, we have already seen gains, meaning our fall of this year for our map, we have already surpassed our middle of the year of last year. So what we're doing slowly but surely is getting us to where we want to be. But I think the missing piece is that knowing that we are internalizing our lessons, using the curriculum as it's intended to be, and using all the resources pieces that we have, or that the district has to offer.
Thank you, Principal Montez. Thank you, Dr. Rodriguez.
Thank you, Trustee Phillips. Trustee Lynch?
Yes, thank you. Ms. Montez, I had just a quick question. First and foremost, thank you for your leadership and dedication. I'd be curious to know how long you've been at the campus, and the information you presented, is that new to you this year, or is that something that you guys have done for multiple years?
This is my 21st year in the district. This is my 3rd year at Garcia Williams, and I was at a prior campus for 7 years. Okay. So as a principal, I'm, a couple of years in. Okay. And no, this is not new information. I think it's information that we have to restructure, and restructure in a sense that it's applicable for all teachers, meaning veteran teachers and new teachers. So we can't forget that the way that at times we have been doing certain things in regards to instruction has not always given us the dividends that we have wanted. So it is looking at the curriculum and at the TEKS with intention across the board, and doing vertical alignment. So another thing that we are focusing on is vertical alignment, meaning bringing our pre-K, K1 teachers, it's setting that solid foundation, so that our upper grades 2, 3, 4, and 5, they have more of that solid foundation, so that they can teach to the rigor that the TEKS are asking or it's stating. Again, I go back to making that alignment from the TEKS to the objective to the activities, but also what is looking at student work. That's powerful. So lots of moving pieces, but again, you have to go slow to then end up fast at the end, but it's progress monitoring all the way. Every day, each lesson, and then at each checkpoint, whether it's MAP 3 times a year or the unit assessments every so often that we take, but also the unit assessments that they have at the end of every unit or every module for our curriculum.
Okay, awesome. Thank you so much.
Trustee Martinez?
Yeah, I have a question about our high-quality instructional materials. Are all of these materials that are available in English also available in Spanish and other languages?
Yes, ma'am.
Awesome. And then one question for Ms. Montes. I've been to several of your parent engagement events. So I know you put on an awesome multicultural fair every year, but can you share with the board how are parents receiving information about where their students are academically? You hit on that. I think that is a very key point. And I've been to some of your campus events, but can you share with the rest of the board how you're communicating that information to the parents?
There's various forms that we use in communication. I think the first step is bringing the parents in, whether that's through a parent engagement event or being visible in and outside the community. That has given me dividends in the campuses that I've been in. How do I share information is having student conferences with the parents, such as parent nights or meet the teacher night, or teachers having those individual meetings with parents one-to-one in person, sharing that information. We also have Blackboard, our parent link. We recently sent student profiles of MAP of where students were at the beginning of the year and having those conversations and setting the goals. And again, it doesn't matter where the student is currently, is moving 1 year's growth from that point. So bringing in the parents in different ways, that is key for my success to have the parent engagement events that so many people come to, and I'm proud to say that because parents do show to our campus, and many of you or a couple of you have been to the campuses that I've been at, and with their parent support, it's a whole lot easier to share that data, and they take it very well. Having transparency, parents want that. They want to know where their child is currently and what is the goal for them, middle and the end of the year.
Thank you.
Thank you. I just have a quick question. Y'all have said where the students are at that point. Do we have data to say, because the numbers are not where we want to be, but just say this student was a third grader, but has increased from a first grade level in math and reading to now a third grade level. Do we have that data to say?
Absolutely. Yes, ma'am, we do.
Yeah, because it's different just to say, 60% are on grade level, but how far have they progressed since they've been in our schools?
We can provide that more nuanced data to the trustees in writing. It's a great question.
Are there any more questions, trustees? No? Okay, thank you, Dr. Ramsey and team. At this time, we'd like to take a moment to acknowledge and recognize the Native American students and families from across the district who have joined us tonight. We will play a video now. We
we want to make sure that our students get to experience different cultures and learn how to embrace our differences. Our students get to explore the storytelling and get to learn about the rich culture of the Native American.
Currently, we have 312 students identified district-wide in a variety of tribes. I'm hoping that the kids and the community learn the Native American culture and learn that Native Americans are still around today.
Over your shoulder, hold it, and then you're gonna throw it.
We're exposing them to stickball, which is the precursor to lacrosse. It's actually where they got lacrosse from. Kids are the future, and they're gonna carry on what they've learned.
I'm learning about like Native culture, like the games that they play, and like all their like Native animals and stuff.
I want them to look deeper into their cultures possibly, and probably kind of want to learn a bit more where, you know, their people came from and their answers, and maybe if there's traditions that they can hold up.
The sun moved across the sky.
I learned new stuff about Native American, and I play bingo and get some prizes.
Who has a dragonfly?
We are one people, and to be able to embrace and celebrate and learn about one another, it really just fills my cup, because that is what we are here for, and it allows the students to better be grounded into each other, into themselves, into their family, and really want to dig deeper into where their heritage is.
We would like to thank the students and families who participated in helping us create this video to honor and recognize Native American Heritage Month. We would like to invite our guests from the Fort Worth ISD American Indian Education Program to please join us for a photo and say hello to the board. Please join us in front of the dais. We are now up to the superintendent report. Are there any comments or questions from any of the trustees concerning the written report? Okay. At this time, we will hear public comment addressing items on the agenda as well as items of the general nature or topics not specifically listed on the agenda. Let me remind you that because of restrictions by the Texas Open Meetings Act, board members may not engage in a verbal exchange about a subject that has not been posted. We will listen and take notes, but the board is prohibited from responding to any inquiries made during a board meeting on any topic not posted on the agenda. However, the board may reply with 1, a statement of specific factual information given in response to the inquiry, 2, recitation of existing policy in response to the inquiry, or 3, direct a person to visit with staff about the issue. No presentation may exceed 3 minutes unless the speaker has prior approval for additional time because of the use of a translator. Speakers who require the assistance of a translator are permitted double the allotted time of speakers who do not require the assistance of a translator. Speakers, when your name is called, approach the podium by going to the back of the room, down the stairs, and coming up the side wall on your right. As soon as the speaker begins speaking, the time clock will begin. Our first speaker is Bob Willoughby, followed by Eric Fox and Marie Keener.
Yes, my name is Bob Willoughby. I live in Fort Worth. Let's start off with one thing. I've got some, y'all are much like the city council, really a lot like city council, and here's the same thing. No response, no answers, period, outside here or not. President, you could have saved me some money and done something, but you didn't do anything. You didn't return no calls, nothing. And that's where we're hurting at, the respect for the citizens. There's no respect out here for us. And that's just true. Same way with city council. They don't return any calls. You can do it the next day or whatever, but you didn't do it. I want to file a $1,000 lawsuit against the ISD because they took a school away from me after renting it to me and they broke their contract. That's breach of contract. It cost me $1,000. They didn't seem to care. And she doesn't care either. No one doesn't seem to care, okay? So what I do is take it to court like you're supposed to, right? And you call the small claims court. They need an attorney's name from the ISD to do this, to file these papers. I said, so legal department won't work. They need a name. I said, okay, I'll go back to the ISD. I call the ISD again, and they don't answer first. They don't give a response. I asked for a lawyer. I had to call again, and the woman puts me on hold, and then she comes back and says, we're not going to give you a name, and she hung up on me. And I record my calls. This is on recording. I want to get her name. She hung up on me. That's just flat right rude. I'll tell you what, in life, if you don't respect yourself, people don't respect you either. I respect myself, but I don't respect you, Madam President. I don't respect you because you don't respect me. You understand that? What I'm going to do, though, there ain't much we can do out here. We don't have no power of city council. Any of you people, we don't have no power. Public humiliation is the only thing we have, and that works providing 2 things. One, that people are doing wrong. Otherwise, it doesn't work and can backfire on you. But they're doing wrong. Public humiliation can work. And the other thing, the person has to have a conscience, or it don't work then either. I found that out with council and the mayor. But I'm running full-page ads in the Fort Worth Weekly, okay? The ISD one's coming up January the 6th, the first Wednesday, and you're going to be featured in it, okay? You'll be featured. You're pictured in there, everything. And I don't know if you care about running again for this spot or not. If you don't care about it, then there ain't nothing I can do. I have no power over you. But if you care about running for this spot, I'm going to spend as much money as I can to try and make sure you don't get this spot. Because if you don't respect us, how can I expect you to respect these kids and what's going on here? You got to have respect for the people first. You shouldn't. None of y'all should be in this job if you don't respect the people. Thank you.
Eric Fox, followed by Marie Keener and Vince Puente.
Dr. Rodriguez, board members, Dr. Ramsey, first of all, thank you and your husband for your service 4 days early. For all the veterans that are in the room, my name is Eric Fox. I'm a director at Lockheed Martin. I live in Tanglewood, and I'm a proud graduate of Fort Worth ISD from Lily B to McLean to Pascal. My 3 adult children attend K through 12 at Daggett Montessori, McLean, and Pascal. And I'm well aware that over half of our Fort Worth property taxes go to Fort Worth ISD, and this board is being a great steward of those taxpayer funds. Thank you for your partnership with our high school interns at Lockheed Martin. This year there are 8 Fort Worth ISD in our program, and this summer we hired the first alumni upon their college graduation. And one of those, Mia Flores, is featured on the cover of North Texas' next publication Fort Worth ISD is using to help students understand different career paths and the work required. Lockheed Martin appreciates the district's commitment to STEM education by taking Project Lead the Way to every high school, launching the mobile STEM trailers so that elementary students are exposed to STEM fields, and the expanded partnership between Lockheed Martin and the Fort Worth ISD Competitive Robotics Program. As y'all know, Fort Worth ISD is a leader in the aerial robotics education field. Fort Worth ISD has built a consortium of school districts and was awarded a grant to expand aerial robotics education in this region. We look forward to the continued cooperation, collaboration, and communication in this important field. Thank you for the work y'all do to educate the students of Fort Worth ISD. Lockheed Martin is proud to be a community partner in that effort, and we are always ready to work with other businesses and community groups as they look for opportunities to support STEM education, whether it is in the form of time, expertise, or funding. And I would remind the board, Lockheed Martin will only need over 35,000 people in the next 20 years. And also remind you that Bell Helicopter has also won the largest Army contract to go along with the largest defense contract ever in the history of DoD for Lockheed Martin. So we are going to need this pipeline, we are going to need them quickly, and we are going to need a lot of them. So pending any questions, thank y'all for your time.
Marie Keener, followed by Vince Puente and Daniel Bennett. Vince Puente, followed by Daniel Bennett and Gary Losada.
Well, good evening or good afternoon. I'm not even sure which it is in this room, but especially with the time change. But Dr. Rodriguez, Dr. Ramsey, thank you for your time. Thank you, Board of Directors. I appreciate that. My name is Vince Puente. I'm here to address you on an agenda item you have tonight, and that is, in simple terms, casting your votes toward candidates for the Tarrant Appraisal District Board of Directors. And yes, I am a candidate for that. I want to note that several weeks ago I did reach out to each one of y'all, most of it was by email, to introduce myself and hope to be nominated by Fort Worth Independent School District. The bad news is I did not get your nomination. The good news is y'all didn't nominate anybody, so I'm still on an even playing field, and I appreciate that. I am pleased to say of the 22 entities that cast nominations, 13 of them did cast a nomination for myself. If you're not aware, back in May, about 5 or 6 months ago, I was appointed by entities, I was elected by certain entities to replace an open seat at the Tarrant Appraisal District. I was being told, you just got to do it for this several months, and if you don't want to run again, it's okay. And I kept thinking, why is that? When I got in there, I realized all the controversy that was going on at Tarrant Appraisal District. We get our fair time in the Star Telegram and the news channels and so forth. But I'm enjoying the challenge, and I think there's something we can do about it. I am seeking re-election. To note, there are 7 nominees or 7 candidates for the 5 open seats. Of those 7 candidates, only myself and Rich Deoit are current board members, so we do have experience. Rich has quite a bit of experience. We have several other good candidates that will make great board members as well. Now, you may be asking, although I do know a few of you, who in the world is Vince Puente? I was born and raised, and I'm very proud of this, and lived my entire life here in Tarrant County. And the product of Fort Worth Independent School District, I attended East Hanley Elementary, Hanley Junior High, and Eastern Hills High School, so I am an East Side boy. I'll never forget one of the proudest moments of my life was to speak at the 50th anniversary of at the elementary. So need to wrap this up. I am currently on the Tarrant Appraisal District Board. I'm on the Finance Commission of Texas, which is an appointment by Governor Abbott. I serve on the Dallas Metropolitan YMCA Executive Board and Texas Values and Congresswoman Kay Granger's Hispanic Advisory Council. What I bring to the table is common sense, and I bring a boldness that I think, that yet respect for the board members and our other executives there. I will serve this community. I will serve this Fort Worth Independent School District, and I'll do it for the good of Fort Worth. We live in the greatest land on God's green earth. We are blessed to live in the state of Texas, and I believe that Fort Worth
Daniel Bennett, followed by Gary Losada and Christy Beck.
Good evening, Superintendent Ramsey and Dr. Rodriguez and board. I want to continue my narrative from the last meeting about the process. And you spoke a great deal this evening about transparency, which is what I have been striving for since 2016 at TAD. And I think we're on the verge of getting transparency. But I'm troubled tonight because one of the candidates on the ballot, on your ballot, I think is being a little less than transparent. We need people who are transparent, as you were speaking to this evening. I have an open records request dated January 31st of 2018 that I put into Mr. Law. And I asked, policy and procedures for certification of ballots for the Tarrant Appraisal District Board of Election that have been provided to all governmental agencies, political subdivisions, state of Texas, within Tarrant County and Travis County. It came back, there's no such policies. So basically, TAD doesn't have any policies to manage this election. TAD doesn't have any policies to vet the candidates. Under the state property tax code, there are specific things that you must meet in order to be eligible to put on a ballot. One of those things is that you cannot argue valuations for anybody other than yourself unless you do it for free. If you take money or if money ever touches your hands, you're disqualified. How are you disqualified? Well, now you have to wait 3 years before you can actually seek a position at the Central Appraisal District. That is 6035A-1. Now, why is that important tonight with a minute, 16 seconds left? There's a gentleman named Werman. He actually has fought for valuations and sought donations that passed through his hands to Cook's Hospital. And I'll read this to you very quickly. This year, I'm asking everyone that requests help with their tax protest to donate at least $25. Some have already done this. Donations will go directly to Cook's Hospital on behalf of all of us. So he's taking the donations in, and then he's moving the money. But there's a promise in here. If it goes further to say, if you get a lower valuation, but there's people who are donating even though they didn't get a lower valuation. That fundamentally is a problem. That's a conflict of interest. You cannot seek a position on this board if that happens. And I'm going to read you the statute now. A person who has appraised property for compensation for in proceedings, represented property owners, this is the important part, represented property owners for compensation in proceedings in the Central Appraisal District, or was an employee at any time within the preceding 3 years, is ineligible to serve on the board, and he's on the ballot.
Time.
I want to thank you for your time.
Gary Losada, followed by Christy Beck and Amy Ramsey.
Good evening, President Rodriguez, members of the board, Superintendent Ramsey. My name is Gary Losada, and I want to address with you tonight the Tarrant Appraisal District Board of Directors that you will have to deal with later on in your agenda. First of all, I'd like you to know that I'm a proud parent of 2 Arlington Lamar graduates who are very successful members of our community. I would like to, I don't have the time to talk about my background. Hopefully you have my resume and you will understand a little bit about me from that resume. I served 6 years on the Appraisal Review Board as a chairman of various panels, which basically addressed protest of individual tax values for people, residents. Also, I spent 2 years on the Appraisal District Board of Directors, so I really know the process pretty well, and I know where the skeletons are buried, if you will. Now, tonight, you'll be asked to cast approximately 597 votes for somebody. You have 7 candidates in front of you. One of the candidates has already received 623 votes from the city of Fort Worth. It is our projection that if somebody is successful to win this election, approximately 835 to 850 votes are needed to make that happen. Well, if you add your votes and you add the city of Fort Worth's votes, you're over 1,200 votes. So if you cast all your votes for somebody that has already received 623 votes, you might as well throw the other 350 out the window, because that person's already going to be qualified to be on the board. The other part I would like to address with you is, I guess, well, I don't have a lot of time, so let me give you my 3 goals. Having served in these capacities, we need to hire a new chief appraiser. The recent chief appraiser resigned. We need to get it right the first time. Secondly, I need to help change the culture at TAD. We need to be more transparent and reflect service to the residents of Tarrant County. Third, we need to provide the chief appraiser with the tools and budget to audit, repair, and update the software at TAD to ensure uniform and equal appraisals for the taxpayers of Tarrant County. We are commissioned to do that by the state property tax code. Make no bones about that. It is what we are supposed to do as board members. So I ask for your vote. If you do anything today, I pray you split those votes.
Christy Beck, followed by Amy Ramsey and Mike C.
Hi, good evening, board. I recently read in the paper that the board is considering a new policy that would limit outside speakers during public comment. Have you ever considered that the reason why so many are coming to make public comments are because of outside influences that the district has invited in? The influence, when I say outside, I'm meaning outside the state and sometimes outside of our country. The influence has come from outside vendors and publishers, outside consultants, outside associations and agencies, outside employees and hiring practices, and outside influences from many different states. That has really been the impetus for all this public comment stuff going on over the last few years. For example, HealthSmart, the ETR publishers, they're from California. Courageous Conversations curriculum is from Washington, D.C. The district is currently trying to recruit teachers from Mexico. What about recruiting teachers from home, from Fort Worth, from local colleges? There is a charter partnership that came in from Indiana, the Phelan Academy, that did not do so well and is no longer running. Do we really want outside charter partnerships that will take away our local control? I remember also at one time the board was entertaining the idea of being able to hire administrators who are not even required to live in the district. Would that make any sense to you? Would you consider, if you want to give priority to stakeholders who live in the district, then I'm going to ask you to give priority to local job candidates, local vendors, local publishers, local advisors, organizations, and local consultants. And just for the record, I do reside in Fort Worth. I'm a certified teacher in Texas. My 2 children attended Fort Worth ISD for several years, but I withdrew them and homeschooled them. And even though I no longer have kids in Fort Worth ISD, I am still concerned about the children and families in the district, and that's why I continue to speak at these board meetings. Thank you.
Amy Ramsey, followed by Mike C. and Meredith Bowman.
Good evening. Hi, I'm Amy Ramsey, and I'm a Fort Worth ISD parent of a Paschal Panther and a McLean Cardinal. I'm also Director of Operations for Defense of Democracy, which is a national nonpartisan 501c3 volunteer-fueled organization that advocates for inclusive public education with chapters in every state. As a Fort Worth ISD parent, I have a ground level view of what it is like here. As Director of Operations of a national organization, I get a clear view of what's happening in school districts across the state of Texas and across the entire country. What we see in school board meetings is not unique to Fort Worth ISD. We have an opportunity here to not allow it to devolve further. To that end, we are again distributing the public comment suggestion made at the September 26th meeting, again to refresh your memory. My kids' teachers, librarians, and admin at the school level have always been accessible. And they're always appreciative when I communicate with them. If my kid has a discipline or attendance issue, I find solutions with the staff and with teachers at their schools. I have the utmost respect for educators, and it's always been reciprocated. Communication through the parent portal, Remind, text messages, and emails, as well as school-based websites and parent Facebook groups, make sure I have all the contact info for any department I might need to communicate with. The vitriol and manufactured outrage regarding the appropriateness and academic value of certain literature and curriculum by extremist groups has had an effect on teachers and librarians' ability to effectively do their jobs. I know Fort Worth ISD families of all faiths whose religious beliefs and customs were honored by teachers, and their children were not forced to participate in any activity or curriculum that doesn't align with their beliefs. No fanfare, no protests, no spectacle, just a simple dialogue between adults, a partnership. Religious freedom and respect of an individual's belief were kept intact. It's almost 2024, and the next manufactured outrage is about sex ed education. Far-right conservative groups hold the firm belief that teaching abstinence, heterosexuality, and the gender binary is the only acceptable approach in 2024. Learning about consent, STD prevention, preventing pregnancy, and the facts about gender identity and sexual preference isn't grooming or indoctrination. It's arming kids with the most current facts as they go out into the ever-evolving world. Learning about human sexuality and gender in and of itself isn't promoting or sexualizing or encouraging. It's
Time.
informing, demystifying. Thank you for your time.
Mike C., followed by Meredith Bowman and Missy Cara.
Good evening. There's been significant attention directed to the issue of public comment at these meetings. I would like to invite my friends to consider the following questions regarding the proposed speech restrictions. There have been numerous examples recently of faculty termination that have garnered the uproar of the community. Would a spouse or other family member of faculty in these situations be considered stakeholders? If they lived outside the district or had no children enrolled here, are you going to demand individuals publicly provide their address and parental status? What if someone owns several properties and pays tens of thousands of dollars in taxes to the district but does not live here and has no kids enrolled? Some people are not capable of having kids but care enough to participate and voice input. Just the same, are they to be limited? What if someone has kids enrolled in a private school? What if someone has multiple kids but most are enrolled in private school while one or two are enrolled in Fort Worth ISD? What if a person recently pulled their child out of Fort Worth ISD and wishes to speak about the reasons that they did so? Is their voice to be limited? We know the reason why some would wish to cut off their criticism. What we must understand is that tyranny is not partisan. Tyranny owes no allegiance to the intention of those who give it power. There is no guarantee that their criteria being called for will remain harmful only to your opponents. It would change into something different that might affect your ability to speak one day, because what goes around comes around. The best example of this can be found in the case of the woman who was cut off while advocating for the very restrictions a few meetings back. This is why it's important to err on the side of caution in the matters of public participation in these meetings. You will note that people with whom I associate have never called for minimizing of input from those that whom we disagree. Incidentally, none of us are paid, as we have been repeatedly accused. These meetings are for all of us, for the people. This governing body was created for our benefit according to Article 1, Section 2 of the Texas Constitution. That means every single one of us who has the care and courage and the concern and the love to walk into the door and sign up. Now you've heard my reasons to oppose the proposal.
Time.
Examples that should be considered. If you're wrong, consider the amount.
Meredith Bowman, followed by Missy Cara and Holly Clemens.
Good evening, Board. I have some questions about the campus improvement plan. That's agenda item 9E2. First, there are some schools on this list to improve construction that are also a part of charter partnership campuses. My concern is the best interest of Fort Worth ISD to utilize the taxpayer money to repair schools that could possibly close than to be sold to charter schools or private partnerships. This leads to the budget, where the amendment to an $8 million increase for facilities, acquisition, and construction, and about a $5 million plant maintenance and operations question about why that is happening. Also, if this money from the last bond is being used for that, I would like to know why things changed and how that money is to be used. I had contractors come to the gym I teach in to create a plan back in 2020 to get a new gym. That is not happening now, as far as I know. On the fiscal financial responsibility for one of the agenda items on the budget amendment, I am concerned as a PE teacher and a taxpayer and a parent that there's money being used to buy smart boards in the gym. We have 83 campuses that are elementary schools, and each elementary school is supposed to get a BenQ board that a lot of schools have already gotten them, but they cost about $3,000 to $5,000. I would like to ask you, is that a very good way to spend the money to have them in a PE gym? I mean, the students should be learning with their bodies. That's how I believe. I also talked to some of the teachers that I teach with that teach music and art, and they said that they will be having assessments. So I am concerned about assessments for art and music at the elementary level. I would think it would be nice for them to be able to be creative without actually having to hit an assessment. And from my understanding with music, there already is an assessment, and it is actually collecting data on our students. This leads to very much concern for me with all the data that is being collected on all of our students. This is third-party vendors and private partnerships having a lot of money to gain.
Missy Cara, followed by Holly Clemens and Joe Palmer.
Good evening. Well, my public comment got censored and deleted at the last board meeting because I pointed out an issue with the human sexuality curriculum adoption. So I came back to ensure that we all understand that Health Smart Sex Ed wasn't stopped because of a clerical error. It was stopped because several people in the district broke the law and got caught. In 2021, Texas updated state laws and TEKS for sex ed, triggering readoption statewide. However, in 2022, those same people bypassed the law, rejected state adopted material, and illegally spent $2.6 million on HealthSmart from California-based vendor ETR, even though that program was not aligned to the TEKS. Several legal violations were committed during that time, including circumventing the School Health Advisory Council, excluding parents and stakeholders from meetings, concealing curriculum from public view, protecting an administrator that lied to stakeholders about curriculum content, obtaining consent forms for students to receive instruction from material that was not adopted yet, violating Texas Open Meetings Acts by concealing agenda items with false, misleading descriptions, which were later covered up by your attorney, attempting to close an RFP with 0 bids so that you could keep HealthSmart without a fuss, and then silencing me at a board meeting when I pointed that out because you didn't want people to know. Are you aware that penalties for things like this are misdemeanors, felonies, fines, and even jail? The question here is, why would people risk that much to adopt HealthSmart when there were 207 other options to choose from? I am an unpaid volunteer stakeholder, former Fort Worth ISD parent, and former Fort Worth ISD employee, and my involvement with you has come at great financial and personal expense, including attending all of these meetings, researching everything you do, and believe it or not, having someone sent to my house multiple times to spy on me and intimidate me for challenging you to break the law, or challenging you for breaking the law. And why would you do all of that if what I had to say wasn't true? Next, I want to point out that on agenda item 9E2, where you're about to vote on approving a series of capital improvements before receiving recommendations from your $1 million consultant who's working on community and facilities assessment to determine which campuses you need to close due to failing enrollment. Does everyone in here realize that you will be committing to spend millions of taxpayer dollars and potentially turn right around and relinquish your local control and governance to private entities through early childhood intervention and charter partnerships? I do not support this and suggest you wait to approve these funds.
Holly Clemens, followed by Joe Palmer and Stephen Poole.
Holly Clemens, mom of 3, taxpayer in Fort Worth ISD. That report that you guys just got, 1 to 2 points. That's not acceptable. The amount of money that you guys are wasting on these programs, go back to your agenda packet from September 26 and look at what they said about Dreambox. 0.2 months of improvement. You can ask for the data on Dreambox from all across the state. It's not improving anything. I know some of you love pre-K so much. My youngest son is the only one of my 3 kids that started in Fort Worth ISD, and we did the free pre-K. The data is out there on free pre-K. By the time they hit 3rd grade, they're at the exact same level as everybody else. Private pre-K is different. My other 2 did private. My now 4th grader, he's struggling. He's struggling. Every single thing that happened to my children education-wise in Fort Worth ISD has not been to their benefit. All of these programs that you keep pushing, if you're wondering why the percentage points aren't changing, you aren't changing anything. You're literally keeping everything the same. You might change a vendor, but they're pushing the exact same thing. If you actually want our kids to improve, you're going to change things. And it goes with removing her. She is running good teachers off. She is running good admin off, because you know you guys did actually have a few good admin. She is now having a hiring policy that violates the 1964 Civil Rights Act. You're going to get sued. And I do have someone that's ready because she's white and y'all haven't hired her and she marks all the boxes. But y'all aren't hiring her and you've been dragging her along all this time with 36 openings. I've also received insider info that you changed a policy on the requirements so that somebody's wife could get hired, and now they don't have to have a college degree and they're doing administrative work for $74,000. Any of you trustees that want to know about it, you all know how to contact me. I will tell you. She is constantly just buying one-way tickets from Midland to here. Midland paper, they're writing about it because it's so shocking. Do any of you care about Fort Worth? Do you care about Tarrant County? Do you not want those jobs to go to our people instead of all of her friends? Just cronyism up and down the board. It is absolutely ridiculous, and all of you are liable. All of you picked her, except for you, Kevin. All of you picked her. And it was a horrible, horrible mistake. And those scores show it. Do something. Be bold and actually terminate her contract. Cut Fort Worth loose of her grip.
Joe Palmer, followed by Stephen Poole and Marie Keener. Stephen Poole.
Good evening, Dr. Rodriguez, Dr. Ramsey, and members of the board. I'm Stephen Poole, Executive Director of UEA, and at your place tonight, you have our annual teacher salary comparison that we published last week. This is our 31st year to publish a comparison of teacher salaries of 32 local school districts, starting at the beginning teacher salary, year 0, all the way up to year 30 at 5-year intervals. And for the first time in a very, very long time, you can see Fort Worth ISD is in the top 5 of every category. At year 0, you moved up from 8 to 5 and still maintained second, third, second, and year 30, you're first in the region. This is something to celebrate. It shows that you value the work of your teachers and you're willing to compensate them well compared to other school districts. This is not accidental. This started with the taxpayers voting for a tax ratification election and you dedicating money to teacher and employee salaries. It's the work of Dr. Ramsey, Ms. Molinar, wait, that's not right, Dr. Molinar, and Ms. Candelaria, and the work of the administration staff and you all as a board focusing in on employee compensation. But I've been doing this 25 years, and a lot of you heard me say this. It's not just compensation that attracts people to the district and keeps them there. A lot of it is culture, as Ms. Montez said, and working conditions. So let me ask you this. I know you can't answer. It's a rhetorical question. Do the working conditions and the culture of the district match the top-tier salaries you pay? These are conversations Dr. Ramsey and I have had for the past year, and I value our working relationship, but this is the kind of conversations we need to continue to have, and I'll be willing to have with each of you individually about the culture and climate of the school district and where we need to go. Thank you.
Is Marie Keener, Joe Palmer here? Okay. Thank you for sharing your thoughts this evening. The time is 7:03 p.m. The date is Tuesday, November 7, 2023. We will now recess and reconvene for executive session as authorized by Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code under Sections 551.071, 072, 074, and 076.
Hey there! I want to chat with you about something that plays a key role in our kids' education, the MAP test. So what is the MAP test? MAP stands for the Measures of Academic Progress, and it's a computerized test our kids take that helps us understand how they're performing in reading and math while they're in kindergarten through 8th grade. And it even tests their science knowledge in 6th through 8th grades. Let me tell you how it works. Students receive questions, and if they get the answer correct, the next question is slightly harder. If they miss the question, the next one is a bit easier. This keeps going to identify exactly where our student is in their learning journey. The scores are tracked over time so we can see our kids' learning growth. Teachers are able to use this information to make sure our students get the instruction and attention they need based on their scores. Now, you might be thinking, this is great, but how can I support my child? There are many simple ways to help your student, such as reading to them or letting them read to you for 20 minutes a day. Explore the magical world of Mayan, a digital library that in English and Spanish, or dive into Lexia, which offers reading plans built specifically for your child. And of course, a good night's sleep is crucial.
Fort Worth ISD is excited that we're able to provide so many different supports for our students that are outside of the classroom. Some of these supports include after-school tutoring, teleteachers, but we also have supplemental support in arithmetic and literacy with Lexia, Core 5, and Dreambox. We feel that these supports can really establish ourselves as the district of choice. In order to support you and answer any questions you may have on these amazing supports that we can provide, we encourage you to reach out to the very best people that can support that charge, our teachers and our campus principals. They are readily available to answer any question and to provide the guidance and support that you may need in our mutual compact to support the needs of your child.
Remember, together we create the most supportive and uplifting environment for our children to soar high. Thanks for joining me, and let's make learning a joyful journey for our little stars.
Dear God, remember before you today those whose lives were lost in the catastrophic events of September 11, 2001. We give thanks to the selfless courage of those brave souls who ran into burning buildings and who labored into the rubble. May their courage be us a witness of what is possible when we are guided by the love and dedication to our fellow human beings.
While they are placing a wreath, a bell will toll 11 times.
Welcome back, Fort Worth ISD family. It's an honor to stand here in the heart of our district's past and share the excitement of this new school year. Your dedication, resilience, and unwavering commitment to our students and community has brought us to this moment. Our foundation is solid. We have faced significant change and challenges together. We have grown stronger and are more unified along the way. Today, as we enter our new district service center, we embrace the promise of change with confidence. We stand as one Fort Worth ISD. Our shared purpose, values, and vision represent the strength of our collective effort, reminding us that we are stronger when we work together.
Okay, I think we're good.
From our outstanding teachers who ignite the flame of curiosity, to our hardworking support staff who ensure the smooth functioning of our schools, to our visionary administrators who chart the course ahead. I want to express my gratitude. It is because of your commitment and passion that our district is thriving. To our students, I want you to know that we believe in you. Your dreams matter, and we are here to help you achieve them. As we look ahead, we have so much to be excited about. We are entering a new era of learning, innovation, and opportunity. Our students will be empowered like never before with access to cutting-edge resources, immersive learning experiences, and unwavering support from our incredible team.
Together, we build bridges, open doors, and transform lives. The future of our district is bright.
And we will continue to inspire and nurture our students,
empowering them to dream big.
Thank you, Fort Worth ISD family, for believing in our students and for being the heart and soul of our district. Let's embrace this new school year with hope, joy, and the unshakable knowledge that we are stronger when we stand as one Fort Worth ISD.
We are one Fort Worth ISD.
Have a great year.
First day of school today.
We're so excited about the first day of school. First day of school, pre-K 3.
We ready? All right. First day of school really is the best day of the year. So my expectations for the day is that it goes smoothly, that our children get to meet their teachers, they get to know how much we care about them, and that we're here to serve them any way we can.
Time to school.
You excited to go to school? Yeah, we are too.
It's my first day, first year teaching.
This is exciting, man. I love seeing these kids coming in with these big old smiles, parents coming there, and the staff. I love seeing them at the front door, hugging the students and welcoming them.
This is the most excited I've been in a long time for the first day of school because I anticipate all the progress we're going to make this year.
My kiddos are going to look excited, confused because I'm a new teacher to them, but they're going to be so excited, and they're going to be greeted with a lot of happiness.
It's good, it's emotional, but exciting.
The ones that are crying are the ones you really want to love on a little bit. They'll be fine. By the second or third day, they're fine, as you know. Absolutely.
You're gonna have fun? Let me see a smile. With your cute necklace, you see? We're just always just filled of just enthusiasm, just joy, because we love what we do here at T.A. Sims Elementary School.
Happy first day!
Go have fun.
Okay.
Learn a lot.
Yeah.
Okay. See ya.
See ya.
The Hispanic Heritage Museum project was created back in 1990 to give all Fort Worth ISD teachers and the students the opportunity to research projects on the contributions that Hispanic Americans have made in the United States.
My class and we worked on the Hector Perez Garcia assignment, which my students had to read an article and they had to summarize what they read.
We wrote a speech about Hector Perez Garcia and what he did, how he served in the military, and how he changed Mexican Americans' lives.
It's important for the students in our community to understand that they're part of this country and that their contributions, not only in science and history and education, are important. Most of the projects that we here at our school are created by students.
It's our Hispanic Heritage Project. I did it with my science class because it was going to be connected to their families' personal journeys of migration, and then we connected it with the butterfly.
Aquí hicimos un proyecto donde conectamos las mariposas monarcas a la vida de nuestros papás, porque nuestros papás vinieron de otros países y migraron.
Cuando lo cruzó, vio que toda la cultura de México, compararla con lo de los Estados Unidos, era muy diferente.
Our hopes is that other schools are able to do this in their own schools because it's something that is not only meaningful for the students, but also meaningful for the community.
We are here today to recognize our senior education and training students. College recruiters are working with the students down this hallway.
So we partner with Tarrant County Community College and Tarleton. So I think this would be a great program for you.
My inspiration would be my teacher, Dr. Bird. He helps me a lot. He never puts me down for asking questions, and that's why I would want to be a teacher.
We have a team from talent management that's here that specifically kind of works with Fort Worth ISD's talent teacher pipeline program.
I joined BTAP as a college student at Texas Wesleyan.
Those students are kind of guided through the process once they become a senior, what next year will look like after they graduate.
I'm going to send out an email. As soon as I get some time, I'll reach out to you. And I'll send you information regarding all of our programs, okay?
Right now, I'm a student intern for an elementary school and I teach pre-K. And just when the kid realizes they can do something, or when you help them be something more, and they're like, oh my God, I can do it now.
We are at our Fort Worth ISD College Night. We have over 100 colleges, universities, opportunities for our kids to really learn about their future and really get them excited about what's to come.
This year is going to have all of our academic programs.
This is a great opportunity to see many colleges and get a new outlook on all of the majors that they have and all the opportunities they can provide for us students at Fort Worth ISD.
We were just really excited to visit all the schools and just get more information.
If you do a conservatory, this is really fast and really affordable.
As you get older, when you think like, oh, I want to do criminal justice or I want to be in nursing, college is very helpful with that.
We try our best to educate our students on their future. However, it is an opportunity for them to have that physical presence, that one-on-one conversation with the folks that they may be interested in pursuing.
The engineering program, the benefits from coming here is especially if I'm a freshman or a sophomore or even in middle school, I can talk to the colleges I'm interested in.
So our business program's really good. So general business is the most popular.
Yeah, we do have a track team. Yeah.
The Hispanic Heritage Museum project was created back in 1990 to give all Fort Worth ISD teachers and the students the opportunity to research projects on the contributions that Hispanic Americans have made in the United States.
My class and I, we worked on the Hector Perez Garcia assignment, which my students had to read an article and they had to summarize what they read.
We wrote a speech about Hector Perez Garcia and what he did, how he served in the military, and how he changed Mexican Americans' lives.
It's important for the students in our community to understand that they're part of this country and that their contributions, not only in science and history and education, are important. Most of the projects that we hear at our school are created by students.
It's our Hispanic Heritage Project. I did it with my science class because it was going to be connected to their families' personal journeys of migration, and then we connected it with the butterfly.
Aquí hicimos un proyecto donde conectamos las mariposas monarcas a la vida de nuestros papás, porque nuestros papás vinieron de otros países y migraron.
Cuando lo cruzó, vio que la cultura de México, comparada con lo de los Estados Unidos, era muy diferente.
Our hopes is that other schools are able to do this in their own schools because it's something that is not only meaningful for the students, but also meaningful for the community.
Familia de Fort Worth ISD, bienvenidos de regreso. Es un honor estar aquí en el corazón del pasado de nuestro distrito y compartir la emoción de este nuevo año escolar. Su dedicación y compromiso con nuestros estudiantes y la comunidad nos ha traído a este momento. Nuestra base es sólida. Hemos enfrentado grandes cambios y desafíos juntos. Nos hemos vuelto más fuertes y más unidos a lo largo del camino. Hoy, al entrar a nuestro nuevo centro de servicio del distrito, tomamos la promesa de cambio con confianza. Juntos somos One Fort Worth ISD. Nuestro propósito, valores y visión representan el esfuerzo de todos, recordándonos que somos más fuertes cuando trabajamos juntos.
Okay, I think we're good.
Desde nuestros valiosos maestros, quienes encienden la llama de la curiosidad, a nuestro personal de apoyo que aseguran el bien funcionamiento de las escuelas, hasta nuestros administradores visionarios que nos muestran el camino de seguir, quiero expresarles mi gratitud. Es por su compromiso y pasión que nuestro distrito está prosperando. A nuestros estudiantes, quiero que sepan que creemos en ustedes. Sus sueños importan y estamos aquí para ayudarlos a alcanzarlos. Al mirar hacia el futuro, tenemos muchas razones para estar emocionados. Estamos entrando a una nueva era de aprendizaje, de innovación, de oportunidades. Nuestros estudiantes estarán apoyados como nunca antes, con acceso a recursos de primer nivel, experiencias de aprendizaje inmersivo y apoyo sin igual de nuestro increíble equipo.
Together, we build bridges, open doors, and transform lives. The future of our district is bright.
And we will continue to inspire and nurture our students,
empowering them to dream big.
Gracias, familia de Fort Worth ISD, por creer en nuestros estudiantes y por ser el corazón y el alma de nuestro distrito. Recibamos este año escolar con esperanza, alegría y sin duda que somos más fuertes cuando somos One Fort Worth ISD. Tengan un gran año escolar.
I had trouble putting my capstone on here.
I'm just happy and glad this program.
The Angel Tree Project started over 15 years ago. Our students are considered Title I students. Angel Tree supports pre-K satellite centers. We collaborate with CCA Head Start, and we also collaborate with the YMCA. It's had an amazing impact on the community. The parents are excited. We've had some to cry. We've had some to say thank you. And we've also been able to add extra gifts to families that had a greater need.
Angel Tree has helped made it easier for us during our hard times. Sometimes whenever you're a big family and you have lots of children, financially you're not able to get, presents that they want. So whenever I applied for Angel Tree, they pretty much got what my daughter asked for, and they didn't care about the price. There wasn't like a price limit, and they got them, aside from toys, they got them shoes and clothes and things that they needed.
Typically, anyone in the community that wants to donate, even people outside of the community that are not employees of the district, can donate as well. Beginning November 1st, you go to angeltree.fwisd.org. You have the option of choosing a boy or a girl that need to be adopted, and you just select an angel.
I want to say thank you for being a donor. It makes a big difference in the families, especially in the community who don't have access to those resources.
They are so excited. They get to open their gifts. The greatest blessing or encouragement is when they say, "That's what I asked for." We greatly appreciate you, and to see the joy and the gratitude of our parents and the families and the children is worth it.
In accordance with the open meetings law, the board opened the meeting at 5:31 p.m. with the quorum present, recessed and reconvened open session, adjourned regular session, convened executive session, adjourned executive session, and now reconvened open session at 9:13 p.m. with the quorum present. We are now up to agenda items. As board president, I am making the following statement in accordance with board policy BBFA local. This is a reminder to all board members of the legal conflict of interest requirements and disclosure requirements you may have for matters under consideration on the agenda for this meeting. If required by law, board members shall recuse themselves from all discussion and abstain from voting on any matter pertaining to such a disclosure. Trustees, we have been provided an opportunity prior to tonight's meeting to submit questions and receive responses concerning the consent agenda and action agenda items. Are there additional questions or comments at this time specific to consent agenda items? Attorney Castillo?
Oh, sorry. I was just turning on my screen.
Okay. Trustee Martinez?
I would like to say I am supportive of 8E3 in approving the budget amendment transferring funds from construction projects to program contingency in conjunction with the 2017 capital improvement program, and that I hope that we'd be able to utilize the program contingency funds to look at maybe some of the campuses where we can more equitably allocate betterment projects.
Okay, with that, do I have a motion accepting consent agenda? So moved. Trustee Luevanos, seconded by Trustee Jackson. Any discussion? Please move to voting. Motion passes unanimously. Now let's move to action items. There were no items removed from the consent agenda, so we'll go on to 9C1, discussion and action to approve resolution authorizing the casting of the Fort Worth Independent School District Board of Trustees allocated votes for appointments on the Tarrant Appraisal District Board of Directors. Do I have a motion? Trustee Martinez?
I move to cast the board's allocated 597 votes on the official ballot for the election of Ms. Gloria Pena to the Tarrant Appraisal District's Board of Directors.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Please move to voting. Motion carries. I have 7 for and 2 against. Next item is 9E1A, discussion and action to approve additional purchase of minor supplies for maintenance operations and warehouse. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Trustee Jackson, do I have a second? Trustee Bryant, Bridges, sorry. Any discussion? Please move to voting. Motion carries unanimously. Now on to 9E2A, discussion and action to approve authorization to negotiate with the construction manager at risk for a GPM amendment for construction services for Early Childhood Center at Morningside Annex in conjunction with the 2021 Capital Improvement Program. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Trustee Jackson, do I have a second? Trustee Bridges, any discussion? Please move to voting. Motion carries 7-4 and 2 against. Next item, 9E2B, discussion and action to approve authorization to enter into a contract for job order contracting services, JOC, for the Polytechnic High School Betterment Renovations Project, job number 009-503, in conjunction with the 2017 Capital Improvement Program. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Trustee Jackson, do I have a second? Trustee Bridges, any discussion?
Yes, ma'am.
Trustee Ryan?
There was a question raised by one of the audience members tonight about the preparation of some of these campuses so they could be converted to charter schools in the future. Is there any reason for us to think that we would be moving any of these to be taken over by charter entities?
On Polytech in particular, or at all? At this point, there is no conversation and nothing coming forward to the board on a charter entity.
Thank you.
Any other discussion? Please move to voting. Motion carries unanimously. Now we're up to 9E2C, discussion and action to approve authorization to negotiate with the construction manager at risk for a GPM amendment for construction services for Forest Oak Middle School renovations in conjunction with the 2021 Capital Improvement Program. Do I have a motion? Trustee Bridges, do I have a second? Trustee Jackson, any discussion? Please move to voting. Motion carries 8-4 and 1 against. Next item, 9E2D, discussion and action to approve authorization to negotiate with the construction manager at risk for a GPM amendment for construction services for J. Martin Jacquette Middle School in conjunction with the 2021 Capital Improvement Program. Do I have a motion? Trustee Dar, do I have a second? Trustee Bridges, any discussion? Please move to voting. Motion carries 7-2. Next item, 9E2E, discussion and action to approve authorization to negotiate with the construction manager at risk for a GPM amendment for construction services for Meadowbrook Middle School in conjunction with the 2021 Capital Improvement Program. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Trustee Jackson, do I have a second? Trustee Bridges, any discussion? Please move to voting. Motion carries 7-2. Next item, 9E2F, discussion and action to approve authorization to negotiate with the construction manager at risk for a GPM amendment for construction services for W.C. Stripling Middle School renovations and construction in conjunction with the 2021 Capital Improvement Program. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Trustee Jackson, do I have a second? Trustee Bridges, any discussion? Please move to voting. Motion carries 7-2. Next item, 9E2G, discussion and action to approve authorization to negotiate with the construction manager at risk for a GPM amendment for construction services for workforce-based high school at Como Montessori renovations in conjunction with the 2021 Capital Improvement Program. Do I have a motion? Trustee Dar, do I have a second? Trustee Jackson, any discussion? Please move to voting. Motion carries 6-3. Now we're on to 9E2H, discussion and action to approve authorization to negotiate with the construction manager at risk for a GPM amendment for construction services for Wedgewood Middle School renovations in conjunction with the 2021 Capital Improvement Program. Do I have a motion? Trustee Dar, do I have a second? Trustee Jackson, any discussion?
Can I make a comment?
Yes.
Yeah, I just want to make a comment. As Board of Trustees, we just approved a master facilities plan and hire someone to do that. And so I just think it's prudent for us to figure out what we're doing as a district before we enter into these projects.
Okay, any more discussion? Please move to voting.
I have a comment.
Okay.
Wedgewood Middle School is the only feeder middle school into Southwest High School. And the probability of that changing is pretty much 0.
Please move to voting. Motion carries 7-2. We're up to comments by board members and the superintendent. Are there any comments from trustees or Dr. Ramsey?
I have a comment. For some reason, it's not showing up.
Trustee Dar?
Thank you, President Rodriguez. I just want to thank the Southwest High School community. Several weeks ago, actually about a week and a half ago, I was able to attend their pyramid night, and the house was packed. There were elementary choir singing, and then there was not a concert, but a haunt-cert by all of the secondary choirs that performed later that evening, and the auditorium was packed. And it was really fun to see the support of that community for the students in that pyramid. I also had the opportunity this past Saturday to attend the performance of Frankenstein at, you see a theme going on here, a little October theme going on. A performance of Frankenstein by the Southwest Theater Troupe, and it was very well done, and it was a motivating performance in that those kids were really enjoyed working with each other and working together, and it showed on that stage. And so I would just want to commend them for that and thank them for allowing me to be a part of both of those experiences.
Thank you, Trustee Dar. Trustee Martinez?
Yes, I wanted to congratulate the nearly 50 Diamond Hill Pyramid parents who graduated from the Concilio Parents Advocating for Student Excellence program recently, and also would like to thank MH Moore Elementary staff for hosting that day-long workshop, and just recognize that those parents took a day off from work to spend at this school to learn and become equipped with tools that would help them advance their students' education. And so I want to thank the Concilio DFW team for facilitating that program, and to the MH Moore staff for hosting it. So congratulations to those parents. And I also want to congratulate Diamond Hill Jarvis high school senior Angel Sanchez, who is the 4A boys cross country back-to-back state champion. I know we'll be seeing him at some point later, but I just wanted to congratulate him on that huge achievement.
Thank you, Trustee Martinez. Trustee Phillips?
Thank you, President Rodriguez. I just want to take a brief moment to congratulate Coach Lawson, the head football coach at Dunbar High School. He achieved his 100th victory as the head coach at Dunbar, so very proud of his accomplishment. And just want to shout him out and thank him for everything he's done for helping our young men succeed.
Trustee Luevanos?
Thank you, President Jackson. President Rodriguez. A couple of weeks ago, I attended the dedication of a new gym at Richard Wilson. The board voted for the new gym for Coach Copeland, and it was a celebration among the community. They also celebrated Hispanic Heritage Month. And last weekend, we attended Greenbrier Dia de los Muertos celebration, Day of the Dead, and that was also well attended. I want to thank all the staff and all the parents who are involved in making our schools community schools.
Thank you, Trustee Luevanos. Anyone else? Dr. Ramsey?
I just want to congratulate the whole finance and business division on a clean audit. It's admirable for a school district of our size. Last night we had the opportunity to hear from the auditor directly, and I just want to say thank you to the entire staff for working really hard on this. Congratulations.
Thank you, and I just want to take a moment to thank Dr. Ramsey for her leadership in the important decision made on last Friday, keeping our school district open for our students. She put the students' best interests at heart, and we had pretty much a normal day in attendance, correct, Dr. Ramsey?
We had over 60,000 students attend.
Yes, and who otherwise would not have had a safe place to go or a too warm meal. So thank you, and I commend you and your team for going out to the schools for the staff who didn't come to school that day, and your team helped teach classes, monitor everything, and thank you so much for your leadership and for your entire team for going out to the school district, our 140 schools, and I appreciate y'all doing that and continuing our regular day, and because our students need every day to be educated, and thank you so much for doing that and being there and taking the criticism, because I know I received a lot of nice emails and text messages, and I'm sure my colleagues did too, but as we as a board and as a superintendent and staff, we will always take what's in the best interest of our students, and we will continue that. Thank you. So at this, the time is 9:30 p.m., and this meeting is adjourned. All right. Woohoo.